Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Would it be us without a delay? No. Welcome to everyone watching back. And if you're here live, let me know what you're reading. Got a lot of comments, so we're just going to fly through these beginning ones while I was, not here.
I held Mel hostage backstage. Whether she couldn't go live, I wanted to chat with her.
We've been here for forever, too. So
I'm offended because I didn't have the link until
I forgot.
I was like, hello?
I just added myself in because I can't.
And that's what I figured. I was like, they're probably back there talking without me. Sorry. I've been sitting here since 6:30.
You should have texted me sooner. I forgot.
Well,
we were backstage at 6:20 for you guys.
Rude.
Sorry. I'm in trouble. I'm gonna kick Lexi out. She's making me feel bad.
I texted Mel when I logged off of mine, and I said, "Text me when you're home, and we can chat backstage." And so
I literally ate ice cream and then sat here on my phone.
Oh no! Sorry.
I like the peaches.
I can't decide on their team emoji.
Ooh, this is mean. You're on my sprints. Present. Yeah, I love the peaches. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't like the two that are together though.
I was trying to explain to my sister because I had her help me make the emoji polls last week, and I was like trying to explain the whole llama thing, and she literally went from like Emperor's New Groove, and she was like,
That's
where she thought the llama came from, like sci-fi and Emperor's New Groove, and I was like, no, it looks like llama.
That's funny.
But really, Emperor's New Groove is the correct answer.
It does.
I do love that.
No touchy. No touchy, no touchy, no touchy.
Come on,
I need to rewatch that movie. I feel like we should do an Elma night of watching Emperor's New Groove.
You have a lot of movies you guys could watch.
We do.
Horror llama one.
Hello, everyone. Just joined. No, you can do any of the ones you read in April, right? Okay. I was fixing to say I'm gonna defer, but I think you can. Yeah. Ow. I'm trying. I've got earrings in that I can sleep in because the top hole keeps growing up, and then you have to re-pierce it when you want to put earrings in. And I had to do that, and it's very sore.
Ugh.
It's fine. It's fine. Are you enjoying this?
I just unhauled that.
Wait, where'd it go? This one?
I haven't read it. I just unhauled it. I was just like, there's books I'm going to read way before this. So
I've heard several people not love it, so I'm curious to the people that do love it. Apparently, only I get judged for this event.
Yvette, you can't nap.
Okay, apparently I'm not.
That's you and Yvette.
It's not a nap anymore. Then it's a sleep. Wrong lever.
I love that movie.
I do too. It's so good. Why did we even have that lever? Yes.
Yes, you do. No saving Peace Talk books there, Lexi.
I didn't even do that for the start of the readathon. I was joking about it, but I started my first book on sprints. Haley started early.
Well, I think I might have actually started a little early after I gave you crap.
No, I didn't start. I started the first book when we started sprints. So
look, I'm gonna be down to the wire finishing my books by 6 o'clock on Friday. So
yeah, me too.
I mean, they still count for like other points. They don't just get like discarded from the readathon. But
my thing is, like, I want to finish my other books because I'm vlogging like a separate thing. That's really my only concern.
My vlog needs to go up on Friday, so like I really need to get it done before. Why do I do this to myself? Like literally, I have, for the people in the comments that did not hear me bitching about this in Cassidy's earlier, like, look, this is what I have to have done by like noon on Friday.
Yeah, if it makes you feel better, this is a 17-hour audiobook. I have another one that's 12 hours, and then this is another one that I'm supposed to read. I mean, this one is shorter, but I don't have an audiobook for it.
It's so funny whenever Lexi tells me if it makes you feel better. I have a 17-hour audiobook, and I go, that's short.
Well, that plus like all of it together, not just that.
Did you like this, William? Don't mention vlog in front of Mel is triggering. It is. It is.
Yeah, Mel, I don't know why you did that to yourself. That just sounds terrible. But do you have the audio to Velocity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I was like, otherwise log into my account.
I think honestly the audiobook may be a little bit of why I'm struggling. Not because the narrator's bad, but just I associate him with Spellslinger, which is YA. And I'm having a little hard time with it. And then I got the audio for this. The narrator is fine, but it sounds like it was recorded on a 1980s cassette tape, and I can barely understand him for all the feedback. So I returned it.
Yeah. No, I don't think the audiobook is why you're struggling with Velocity Weapon. I just don't think it's that great of a book. I like it, but it's not great.
If it makes you feel better, it really feels very not space opera. At least the first half is very unspace opera-y to me.
God, I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse.
I am off work the rest of the week. That does definitely help.
Yeah, we can wake up and hang out bright and early.
Oh God. Cassidy's bright and early is actually pretty early because you were texting me at like 6 a.m. your time this morning. I intentionally did not text you on my way to work because I was like, I don't want to wake her up. And then you're starting to like comment on things. And I was like, oh, well, I guess she's up.
You won't ever wake me up. I sleep with my phone next to my head and I do not put it on Do Not Disturb. And you could text me all night long and I would not wake up to it.
That's hilarious.
What I did wake up to this morning at 6 a.m. was my cat trying to suffocate me.
Oh, well, that's fair.
My dad was in the shower. He doesn't like the door closed. And he came over and I slept on the couch. And he just like laid right on my face and cried at the door on my face. And I was like, I am not okay with this right now.
I gotta get up bright and early on Friday to take Bryn to the groomer. And it's probably going to end in pain for all of us. She's got mats and she won't let me get them out. And I feel like it's hard for her to walk because her fur's not moving with her, you know? They said, do you want her to have a lion cut? And I said, have you seen how fat that cat is? No, I don't want her to have a lion cut. She's got to have a little bit of like oversized t-shirt. Come on. What book is it? I want to know. I feel like you can do it. It's very specific.
I know.
Oh goodness. I feel like we went off on a tangent. I really need to edit the vlog up to this point too, but I'm just like read or edit.
Read.
But I don't want to.
Or pull up me and edit and read.
I don't have I have the audio for Velocity. This is so long.
Book?
Huh?
Oh God.
It's 26 hours.
I'm like trying to like rack my brain through what Yvette has been reading lately, and I don't remember. I just remember all the booze we've been drinking together.
Is it a boozy book? I don't know.
I cannot guess. I'm gonna go look in our comments. Should I know?
Yes, you have to guess.
Should I know? That's the question.
Probably because you were singled out.
I know. Rude of her.
Hello. I hope you're enjoying the Atlas 6. Yes, this is a mood. Do we ever want to? No. I hope you enjoy Into the Drowning Deep. It's so good.
I think I'm getting a computer, like a desktop, to start editing on.
Ooh, that'll be good. Cool. I can use your video for this. Never mind. I think Cassidy convinced me to change next week's vlog idea so that I don't hate my life.
Use what video?
I was going to do indie sci-fi, and she said to do sci-fi thrillers instead. Which I did hybrids the first week. Is that marketed differently enough that people will want that?
Yeah, I want it. I don't care about the rest of the world.
I feel like sci-fi thrillers are like the most popular genre blend too.
And I just said sci-fi hybrid. So literally most of those were sci-fi horrors, not sci-fi thrillers.
Yeah.
Thanks. No booze in the book, but the booze is next to me.
I drank all mine backstage. I need to go get another.
I need to get one. two options the other night and chose the other one.
I don't remember. I'm so sorry.
Bad friend.
I know.
Have you read The Hunger? I'm assuming this is Omakatsu.
I have not. I don't know if I'm going to. I liked The Fervor, but I think the other ones are more historical.
Go get it. This is your reminder. Yeah, I don't like historical. I'm not a historical fan.
I think it just depends in horror, like how it's integrated. I don't know.
I agree with this womp womp.
Oh.
Womp
I
womp.
should really guess this. I told you not to do it.
I just realized in May I have all of these like things that I'm like, ooh, I want to read this and I want to read this. And then I realized I have a lot of required reads for May.
Yeah, I have to read the third of that. I have to read our indie archive. And then I also want to do the Dragon vlog. I want to do a cult reading vlog. And I want to do the vlog I Made You All Help Me.
Yes, I'm excited for that one. I need to probably read Promise of Blood.
Fair.
And these are all long books you're naming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. They are indeed.
Not ideal for.
I think that Dragon Reborn is relatively short, thankfully. Relatively. Like relative to
yeah.
I think it's like 600.
It actually may not. It may be more like 5-ish.
Let's see. There's a chapter in one of the Wheel of Time books that's literally 80 pages long. A chapter.
Why did we agree to this? Sandra, I love you, but why?
Like, why is a chapter 80 pages long? That's a whole novella. That's a whole book.
It's definitely sci-fi, and it is a sci-fi thriller. So it is misshelved.
I feel like a lot of like libraries and bookstores and stuff kind of just.
Yeah, all of my thrillers go into general fiction. So, like, it's in general fiction at my bookstore too. And I'm going to classify it as a thriller, I think, more than a sci-fi. But
yeah.
But you could count it for both.
Yeah, it's definitely like a hybrid, but I think it's more thriller.
I agree.
I forget what I was looking for the other day, and I was so angry. I just like hate the way that chapter shelves things, like for general fiction. Like, we should have a thriller. Like, why don't we have a thriller section? It makes no sense to me. Thrillers are like the second most read genre, I feel like, widely.
This comment just hurts me.
Oh God, that's a whole book. That's a whole book. That's a whole book.
That's the way that our Barnes and Noble, Books A Million shelves things too. They just throw everything, and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Our fantasy are separate. Our sci-fi are separate. They're separate. Our mysteries are separate. Our romance are separate. Our horror are separate. But our thrillers go into general fiction.
Books A Million shelves sci-fi and fantasy together. They separate out the horror, and then the mystery, thriller, and general fiction all go in one. And I'm like, why?
Yeah. I think Barnes and Noble has mystery and thriller together.
Ours is starting to separate. Well, they're starting to separate the like cozies and stuff like that out.
Yeah. It's just annoying because they are all separate genres. And like, yeah, there are things that like kind of blur the lines for things, which I think is what makes it hard, but
they should be next to each other. Like, sci-fi and fantasy are just right next to each other. So like if I'm looking for a fantasy book that I think could be in sci-fi, I just look there too.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, I agree.
But also the YA section is just YA and it's not genres at all. And that also drives me insane. I'm like, you don't have genres in young adult. Like,
yep.
Yeah. They do shelf at Barnes and Noble the YAs into different sections now. They didn't used to. Yeah.
I think it must also just depend on like who's working, right? Because like sometimes a book is somewhere that I know it's not supposed, like I'm like, it's probably not supposed to be here, but like you can't expect the like 20 people working there to know every single book and where it goes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, agreed. Okay.
I think there's a horror book that's in general fiction instead of horror always, but the author has other general fiction books, so it does make sense in my head that if you didn't know the book.
Yeah. easily could go there. Yeah, for sure. Hey, baby. I'm
I
getting
don't want to
stared at.
sprint. Why did you ask me to like keep you accountable tonight when I don't want to sprint?
I have nothing to say for this because if I don't stay accountable, this vlog is not happening, and I have suffered through too much already.
I tell people to unsubscribe if I come back and didn't read.
And the thing is, I'm complaining and bitching, but really none of these books have been inherently bad. I really, really need like a solid 4-star. Even my 1 4-star from the other vlog was not a solid 4. It was like a low 4.
Fair. Why do I have to suffer? Because you made wrong decisions.
Well, fine. I will just do this.
Thank you. I can run everything. It is I don't need her. This is great.
You continue to talk. Ew, that's awful.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm sorry.
I browse on the website and just pick things up.
I hate our website too because it's only ever like the most popular shit always really up front. And I'm like, I don't want to go to page 200 before I get a book that I'm interested in.
Yep.
Yeah. I can sort mine fairly easily and like filter it a lot. So also I read a lot of the popular stuff. So
I don't read a lot of the popular fantasy because a lot of that's like more whimsical. Like on like chapters and stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was texting Dad back. Got
Not loud. Can you pay attention to us?
No.
I'm sassy tonight. I'm so sorry.
Why are you calling me? Hang on.
We can sprint.
Oh.
What do you want?
I was gonna say, what do you want? Can I call you in 5 seconds? Because we're live on Sprints and this is awkward. Why is it awkward? Everybody loves me.
Wait, is this David or your dad?
This is David. I'm putting you on speakerphone if you're going to be sassy.
Hi, David.
Except for the people I stole points from the other day, they might not love me.
He said, except for the people I stole points from the other day, they might not love me.
I like that you have to give what he said.
I didn't know if you could hear it. Okay, I will call you back in a minute.
No, I get it.
Okay, bye. Bye. Okay. Yes, we do need to do sprint.
Yvette, you're leading us to a perfect gateway.
We have now 8 because somebody found them early. More bookmarks up. So if you want one and you did not get one, there are 8 posted. So go grab them and they will go out tomorrow.
And don't add us for the 8. We were trying to make things like safe.
I put up 10 and somebody found them before I had a chance to talk about it. So I know that there's only 8 left.
Fair. Fair. Okay.
All right. So do the screen share thing. Got to remember how to do this. We're going to do a 50-minute. I feel like that will give me time to get my crap together. And Cassidy's face, I can already see, is sad.
No, I was thinking about how you should delete some of these things down below. I deleted it.
I should. I didn't realize you could until you said that the other day, and then we were talking, and I didn't do it. Yeah.
It's so much better now that I deleted things. It's like you don't have
to
to worry about this like weird like arrow down thing.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I need to have a meeting with everyone I share StreamYard with and ask which ones we can delete.
Yeah, we all use the same stuff. Like no one uses. Hold on, no one uses this one. Like nobody.
I use this one whenever Kaylee goes on one of her rants. It's so funny. I'll just like put her in the big screen and then we just sit there and listen to her. It's hilarious.
These are unhinged sprints. Sorry, guys.
I would just buy them out. I'm gonna stop clicking on things. Sorry.
Kessie's like, I have power click. It's funny. The funny thing is like when we both click and it's just like this constantly.
Yeah.
Okay, we really should sprint. I'm supposed to be held accountable. So I will see you guys back in 50.
You better read or I'm unsubscribing.
Okay, fine. But you didn't say how much. Hello. Welcome back. I was trying to get Ollie to come say hello to the sprints, but he's not listening.
Okay, Brenda.
I don't know where she went either.
Everyone later to see me.
She's a late night gal.
Mm-hmm.
How did everybody do? I did read a little. I got like 2 chapters done and I edited the vlog. So,
I read absolutely nothing, but I cooked dinner.
Okay.
And I ate dinner.
That's fair.
And that took me full sprint.
That's productive.
So I technically read a line because I was waiting for my food, and I like had my Kindle open on my phone, like the Kindle app, and I was like, what am I doing? Like, let's not do this. Let's just wait till next sprint.
I read like, I don't know what, you don't know what this is, 55 pages of the Book of M.
Is it a thriller?
Yeah.
Fantasy?
It's on the storygraph it says sci-fi thriller.
I think what I'm going to do to make it a little bit less like the previous vlog is I think I'm going to get a bunch of people's recommendations, and then I'm going to vlog I come book shopping with me for the recommendations and then read them.
That's fun. Otherwise, I'm going to say you could look up just like lists and be like, if you like Blake Crouch, read these, and that could be your whole vlog.
If I don't get enough the other way, then I may do that.
Oh.
Because I like that idea too. I'm just afraid that list is going to give me things that are terrifying.
Yeah. There were some that were scary.
Just going to say Cassidy's reading fan run.
Did you like it, Marissa? I just read the prequel to From Blood and Ash 2 because I'm in, obviously, a realm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm excited. I'm really liking the Wings. I hate this fucking title, The Serpent and the Wings of Night.
Yeah, it's terrible.
So bad. It just doesn't flow.
Yeah.
It does not roll off the tongue very well.
And I had no idea that this was the same. I've heard of Daughter of No Worlds for like years. I feel like a year now. I had no idea they were the same author because like the vibes of like the title and the cover just don't. They don't vibe to me for some reason.
I didn't know that either. That makes me more interested.
But so far, I'm really liking this one. I'm only like 10% in, but I like fantasy romance, but I like very specific fantasy romance. Mm-hmm. And from reading A Shadow in the Ember, I can really clearly say that I want there to be plot and mystery. I want a plot-driven fantasy romance.
Yeah.
Because I even feel like that's what this was missing.
Mm-hmm.
But like From Blood and Ash and Akatar are both plot driven. Like there's a mystery the entire time in both of those books that you're trying to figure out while learning and loving the characters. And I think this one's doing that too.
That makes sense. I like it. I'm excited for you. I need to read it. You ordered your bookmark. Whoop whoop. I think we've only got 4 left. And I don't know that we're going to restock them. So if you want one, go grab one.
The stress of the restock.
I know. It's all scary.
Also, though, like, what are we going to do with them if we don't restock?
That's why I said to do a pre-order.
Well, so we did that in an interest form, and we didn't have enough to make another order. I have some left over, but I'm like, well, what if we have to, like, resend for damage or something like that? But then what do I do with these once... But then if I put them up and they get damaged or lost, I guess we would just refund the 10 or whatever.
Yeah, like we kept some for like oopsies.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Because I don't need 20 more of these hanging out in my house.
No.
One is enough. We're good.
I don't even know if I need one, and I designed it.
You do. You do need one for the weekend. You gotta have it.
Only book I own. Like this series is the only book I own that it'll even like fit. So
I'm sorry, Maria. But at least we reminded you.
Well, don't remind me of my taxes. I hate taxes.
I'm scared for taxes next year.
I don't like taxes. I have a tax guy, and then I don't have to worry about it. I text him, and I go, what do you need me to send you? And he sends me a list, and I text it to him, and then he texts me back.
I love that for you.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
I owe money every year, so it's not fun.
Ugh. Really? How do you owe money?
I own my own business. I don't pay taxes.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I didn't think about the fact that they're not collecting it throughout the year.
Yeah. So like they don't collect taxes at all until the end of the year during tax season.
That's fair.
I wish there was a way to like submit it monthly.
That would be so much better, like if I could just do that. But then obviously like I also don't earn equal income each month. So I think that would be hard.
True. Or even like quarterly or something. Like and it should be like optional, not I don't know.
Yeah, like you don't have to do it quarterly, but if you could, you like But
Cassidy's down the smut hole this week.
Yeah,
it would be nice just to spread it out because, like, I know my parents 1 year owed a ton, and trying to come up with that big lump sum of money, especially if you wait until the last minute to do them, stress me out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have issues next year. But like I didn't make any money last year, so
yeah. Hopefully not. I feel like I wouldn't like Serpent, but would like Daughter. You should try it. Let us know.
Scares me.
It sounds good, but it scares me too.
It's not enemies to lovers at all, and I typically like an enemies to lovers.
Fair. Is it friends to lovers though?
It's like a mentor type of relationship. So like,
okay,
but like not in like old creepy dude vibes. I don't think.
Man who called himself abortion
just heard about it because it was in Riley's video today, and so I like my memories refreshed on it because she talked about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I heard about it for a lot for a while, and then it just kind of disappeared, and I had no idea those were the same authors.
It used to be a lot. The audio for this just came out, but I'm reading it physically. I also think I do like fantasy romance better when I read it physically. Because like I get so secondhand embarrassment for smut through audio. Like I skip through it in audiobooks like crazy, but I wouldn't skip the like I'm literally skipping. Like I'm like go to the next chapter, but like in a physical book, I would at least skim it enough that I would get the gist. But like I get so like I'm just sitting here, no one's home in my basement. I'm listening to it and I'm like, I can't do this. I'm so embarrassed. Like,
the color of your sweatshirt.
So
it's funny. No, Jody, it has to match the vibes. Favorite book of yours last year? Might read the first again. The first one is probably my favorite.
I did really like the second, but the first is definitely the best one. I thought you were suggesting paying taxes at all should be optional, Lexi.
I saw that. I was like, no.
Hey, where'd it go?
I mean, I wish, but like, that's not what I meant.
I could just pay monthly. It would be so much better.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if you could almost like file monthly without having to get everything together. So you wouldn't owe the same amount each month. If you did nothing, you didn't owe anything, but it would be too much effort.
Yeah.
Maria, that's the best trope.
Yeah, I love a good banter. And the banter in Enemies to Lovers is just so much better than any other.
Cassidy's also in the Canada, so
in
the Canada. I don't know why I said the Canada, but I had already started with the US and then it was Canada and then so it's the Canada.
Right north. But my parents told me that one day on Sprints I should just start saying A all the time.
A.
If anyone notices. And I was like, I don't know, do I say A often?
I don't think I've ever heard you say A.
I haven't either.
I was telling them, I was like, I think our A stereotype mostly comes from like the way we pronounce our A's.
Good night.
Like pasta instead of pasta.
I was gonna say pasta's like the main thing that I've heard you say.
Like we say our A's are more A than us. And I was like, I wonder if that just like spiraled into like A. I mean, we do say A. Like, I'm not gonna lie and be like, we do say it. We're like, A buddy over there. But
every time I hear A, I think of Becca's like, A. Yay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had to come back to this comment because like Ashes of the Sun power. Hermit crab tank. Hilarious. You exist again. I am glad. I am glad you exist again. We missed you. Sounds like you should just move to the UK. Fair. Oh no, that wasn't me criticizing. I was just reminding people that unfortunately Cassidy doesn't have the same stuff that we do, that we're used to anyway. 3-month
I mean,
period.
I could. To be honest, I just don't know.
Oh, I have no idea.
No, but I don't know.
Dig through the bookmarks to find the right one. Yep. I don't read enough physically to own as many bookmarks as I do. I just have too many.
Almost all my bookmarks are things I bought for Bookstagram, like to be in pictures, and not for books.
I didn't think they were sold out yet.
We could. Sammy, are you ready? We could put one up for you.
Like literally, I will make sure that you can get one. Just I'll text.
Now everyone's gonna be like, but I want one.
but Sammy's.
Sammy.
So just text me.
Oh, Carrie, I live in Alberta. The A is insane over here, definitely. I just don't like to talk like a hockey boy. Like, I'm not an asshole. I don't need to talk like that. Like, sorry.
That's funny. Pasta or pasta?
Pasta.
She says pasta. I say pasta.
I also say pasta.
There you go.
I'm Canadian. Although in Canada, we say both too. I think it just depends who you're talking to. Pasta just seems so, like, rich and entitled. Like, I feel like I'm a rich bitch snob when I say, I'm going to have some pasta tonight.
See, for me, pasta sounds like rich snob, and over here it's the country drawl that calls the pasta.
Yeah. Fair.
I feel like...
Yum.
I just like that I say pasta. Like, like, which way are you saying it though?
Pasta or pasta. Hello.
I bet I could drive to you. I literally could drive to you. We can be friends. I just need to get my passport figured out first.
You do need to get your passport figured out. You got to come to Atlanta.
Yes, I do.
Literally somebody, I'm not going to say who because it would expose them because people kind of know where I live, but somebody ordered a bookmark and I kept waiting to see if one would come up from Alabama. Not only did one come up from Alabama, but they're like in the town where I went to college. And I was like, oh, ha, I don't know you, but ha. Imagine Canada has many different accents. Yeah, I would think so. I don't know.
We do. We have a lot. Like if you go to the other side, like I'm on the west coast of, and then if you're like East Coast, like the Newfie accent is like more like Irish.
I was fixing to say, I'm pretty sure you already got one. I think it went in the mail today. I have a passport. Went over our heads.
You can come to me.
Pasta. I like it with the H.
Yeah.
Posh way.
Cassidy's posh way or Mel's posh way?
I think my posh way. So I think she says pasta.
Yeah. I like how it's really hard for me to say pasta and Cassie's just like pasta.
It's because it's like used here regularly still. Like people, it's
tomato tomato
joke that we say pasta instead of pasta. So
also feel like here there's the saying tomato, but nobody actually says tomato.
No one calls it tomato. That's just
why is that a saying when nobody actually says that?
Yeah,
good question.
It is a little far, but not too far. Yeah, we
probably live in Canada, Rachel, and then you're really far away from people.
Bland accent ever. I think Rye can sympathize.
I feel like Rye has an accent. I literally asked Michelle before I was like closer to Rye. I was like, Michelle, where is Rye from? Because she has an accent.
It's so funny because like I've like never once in my life thought about myself having an accent because I sound normal to everyone here. And then like
I don't really think of you as having an accent other than saying pasta.
Fair. I got online and one time people really made fun of, well, not made fun of, but they were like pointing out the way I say things. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have an accent.
Every once in a while, your Canadian comes out. It's not very often, but every once in a while.
I love that. But
mine's probably the most pronounced, so we're just gonna ignore it.
Like Ashley's comment, yeah, like a hood, like a hoodie is a bunny hug in one province over from me. They call it a bunny hug.
A what now?
A bunny hug.
Why?
I don't know, but they call it a bunny hug, and it's really weird.
That is a little weird.
It's where Andrew lives. That's where they call it. So if you ask Andrew who a bunny hug is, he'll know.
That's so weird.
Pittsburgh does have a unique accent. And Boston
yeah, Pittsburgh definitely does. And
Rachel's
Boston.
New England accent's insane.
I used to live in Rhode Island, and sometimes I could not understand what people were saying.
Stick them in a stew.
I've heard a few boots. A boot time.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody has an accent to someone.
Although not to me. I pay little attention. When I talk to people in the States, I never hear it really. Or honestly, in the UK, I never hear it. I just like phase your accent out.
Mm-hmm. Now that I've like gotten used to everybody, somebody was saying the other day that they were noticing accents, and I was like, oh, yeah, I guess they do, but like I don't think about it now because I think of the person, not the accent. But if I didn't know them, I would notice it.
Yeah.
I have a bone to pick. A toque and a beanie are two different things, but I think people just think that we call toques beanies.
Well, what's the difference?
Beanies, toques. A toque is like thicker because it's made for like winter weather.
But they look the same.
They do typically look the same. A lot of times a toque has a pom-pom on it, or a beanie wouldn't.
Okay.
Like a toque is thicker than a beanie.
Okay. I feel like you're way more into this than we are. We're like, okay, cool.
Because you're like, no.
They're different things.
Oh,
I'm Googling why they call it a bunny hug.
Process instead of process. Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed Ariel has an accent from like.
Do you call it a buggy or a cart?
A cart.
No, that's incorrect.
A buggy?
A shopping cart. People in the South call shopping carts buggies.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
Right?
That's all I've ever known it as is a buggy.
Yeah, weird.
Ever.
That's just as weird as a bunny hug.
Yeah, it's odd.
You did. It has a fuzzy ball on top.
Okay. It's called a bunny hug because the inside fleece is soft like a bunny and it wraps around you like a hug. Apparently.
But not all of the... That's weird.
Good old Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan.
You gotta say it funny because...
Full of a toque has a fuzzy ball.
See?
Come down lower to cover the ears. Okay. Got it. It's different.
Y'all have no need for a toque.
No, we don't. This is so funny. Thank you. See? I'm not alone. It's not just me down here in my tiny little corner.
That's just weird though. Like I think of like a car more.
Oh, because of the like the beetle bug ones.
That's okay. That's fair. I get it. Stand bubbler or water fountain. It's a drinking fountain. We say water fountain.
I also have always said water fountain.
People call soda. Yeah, I'm one of those people.
They call it pop.
No, I call it Coke. Everything here is Coke.
Yeah,
That's so weird.
That's odd. Yeah, for me it's soda.
Which I say that it's not. It's a Coke in general if you're just talking about a soft drink, but 98% of the time we call it by whatever it is. So I'll say I want Dr. Pepper or I want a Coke or I want a whatever.
Oh, like you don't just call everything a Coke? That's what I assume.
No, we call everything pretty much by its like designated title, unless you're talking really generally of just a soft drink, but that rarely happens. Most of the time it's I want a Sprite or grab me a Dr. Pepper or something like that.
Yeah, but instead of saying what soda do you want, you would say what Coke.
What drink is usually yeah.
Oh, well that's normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's always like that around here, but that's what we do. I lost my comment. There it is.
That's normal. Like, how else are you supposed to know what I want if I don't say like I want Dr.
But I
Pepper?
don't say like we don't say grab me a pop and you just bring whatever's from the fridge or grab me a soda and it's whatever's in there. Like David will open it and go, "What do you want to drink?" And I'll say like the Dr. Pepper or something like that.
I feel like that's normal. I don't know these other people.
Roundabout.
I've never heard it called a rotary.
Yeah, me.
That's weird.
I wonder if I'm even thinking about the same thing.
I've heard it called something else though. I don't remember what it is. Oh, sometimes people just call it a traffic circle.
We call it a traffic signal here more than anything.
Yeah.
It's also a roundabout.
Yeah.
But never
I think it's just where you are in the South.
Yeah.
Huh. Caught and caught. I'll follow this. I say caught.
Caught?
Caught.
I don't know.
That's hard to say by itself.
Caught.
I don't know.
Yeah, I always thought the thing was that they call it soda, not pop.
Yeah. No, we say Coke in place of soda or pop, but as a general term. But I feel like that's not used very widely.
Yeah.
We just say general very often. Yeah.
No,
pram is like for a baby, right? So we're talking about like a shopping cart. For us, that's a
stroller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toys are hard. Buggy's a car. Notice that Cassidy says y'all. I say y'all.
I do say y'all a lot. It's just easier than saying
you all.
Yeah.
You guys. So hard to say. Secretly Southern. She's been around me too long.
I love a Southern accent. I think they're so cute. On girls, I'm not gonna lie. A guy Southern accent, oh, I'm gone. I'm running away. But like a girl Southern accent, it's just like
I keep telling him, I'm like, you are a little over a quarter Italian. You look relatively Italian. He has the nose and the coloring and the hair. And I'm like, can you just have an Italian accent? That'd be great. And he's like, he opens his mouth and I'm like, no, just don't talk.
I'm just gonna pretend.
And the funny thing is, so his grandmother and grandfather are Italian. And no. Yeah. And on our first date, he was like, I don't like Italian. I don't like Italian food. But he took me to an Italian restaurant. What he means is I don't like Olive Garden.
Fair.
Which is fair. That's funny.
Yeah.
David's a weirdo. I do like Coke Zero. I feel like we've gone off on a tangent and I'm never getting to the bottom of these comments.
I would mostly ask someone like, what do you want to drink? And they'd reply with like Dr. Pepper, root beer, Coke, whatever. But like if I knew you were talking about a pop, I would say pop over soda. Like soda reminds me of like soda water, but I would know what you meant if you said soda. But we say pop.
Soda water? Like sparkling water?
Yeah, it's the brand name here is like soda water. Love soda water. So
got it.
I'm skipping around these comments a little bit or I'm never gonna get to the bottom of them. Coke was standing for all soda, but just call it by name. Yeah. I'm not even gonna try.
There's a lot of throat play. We know you that. Also texted me and said, I need to catch up to your drinking. And I feel very called out.
I think I have some ciders in there. I need to grab some.
Love a cider. Yeah, Alberta is the Texas of Canada. I'm not secretly Southern. I am Southern.
Jessica, are you from Pittsburgh?
Wait, where'd that go? I think she said that she was. I think. Yeah. He's had years to fix that. Just stand there and look pretty. Squash? Yep, squash.
Is this
squash like
about squash the vegetable, or are you talking about the drink thing? Because I saw that in the Discord.
Sport. We have the sport.
There's a sport. Root beer is really disgusting, and I have no idea how to explain it.
It's gross.
The best pop.
Wait, but what do you mean by squash? Because we have squash. Just depends on what kind of squash.
Oh, yeah, it is the drink.
Oh, no, we don't have that.
What the fuck is it?
Apparently, it's like a juice concentrate. I learned this literally. People were talking about it in the REALMATHON Discord the other day. I'm like, I don't know why this is happening, but
here I am.
Now I know.
A veg, like a V8 or something.
I think you mix it with water.
Squash is diluted juice.
Oh, okay. So I was backwards. Oh.
So polite.
I mean, if you think we're polite, the rest of Canada is probably politer besides Quebec. Sorry, Quebec. If there's anyone from Quebec here, sorry.
I feel like Quebec is mostly French.
French Canadian, yeah.
Sounds French.
It is. It's our French. It's why our second language is French, but I can't speak French.
Yeah, I can't speak French. I wish I could speak Spanish because we have a lot of Spanish speaking, especially where I am. And both of my physicians are native language is Spanish. So we get all of the Spanish speaking patients, and I don't speak the Spanish.
Fair.
I'm like, I cannot properly communicate with you, and I need to be able to communicate with you, and I want to know it so bad, but I don't. And I don't feel like at this point my brain can process the new language vibe. And I took French in high school, and I remember not a word of it. I could probably count to 5, maybe, and say my name is Mel, and that would be the extent of my French after taking 2 years.
So confused because like, we have like juice concentrate, which I feel like is like, or like things that you dilute in water like this, but it's just not called squash.
Yeah.
And we don't drink it as a drink, like juice concentrates, even if you dilute it with water. Like we don't drink it as a drink. We just have orange juice, which is not the same thing. I don't know.
I'm confused by you.
I know.
You don't just like take the orange concentrate and make juice out of it?
No,
No,
we have
it's like
orange
you just
juice
buy
in the
orange juice at the store.
Yeah.
Like we can just buy orange juice, but like if you're broke, like the orange concentrate costs 99 cents, and that's what you would do. Like the low income, that's what they do for juice.
Makes perfect sense, but I've just never seen anybody do it.
Interesting. Like what is it there for you guys then?
I don't know. I don't even remember seeing it. I mean, we have like little like drink mixes that like you can like squirt a liquid. It's like the thing Kaylee's been into. Like,
we have
like
those
powder,
too.
we have a liquid version, but that's like really the only thing.
Yeah.
That
our like concentrate is made to mix with water. Like literally, it's like a frozen thing of orange concentrate or like lemonade or something.
You know, I've seen that used for like at parties for like large amounts of people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. We should probably do another sprint. Yeah, Tang. I forgot about Tang. It's been a long time since I've had Tang. Because I was supposed to be sprinting tonight, but I'm not. This has not gone well for my reading. It's gone great for my conversations.
Going to read, and I'm going to read.
Do I have to?
I am leaving.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Do I have to read? I don't want to read.
You do. You must read.
Fine. Bossy. I thought you didn't want to read.
I don't, but I do I do want to read. I just want to talk more.
Fair.
Very valid.
We can do that in 45 minutes. We'll talk more. I'm going to drink.
That's so funny.
I need to go get me a cider, but also it'll make me sleepy. And Cassidy told me I wasn't allowed to go to bed at a normal hour tonight. So maybe I save that for like an hour from now. Okay. I'll see you all in 45. Bye, Lexi.
Bye.
Hi.
Hello.
Sad Bell. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can continue this book. Like, huh?
Which one?
Snow Crash. I just don't think I can do it. I'm 20% in and I'm like, these words don't make sense. So one, either I'm too dumb for this book, which is entirely possible, or two, it's as ridiculous as it sounds.
I'm gonna say both, and I say DNF it.
Like maybe later, but not in a month full of sci-fi. It just don't. Mm-mm.
You have no time for bad books right now. And you have a
Wait.
lot of bad books to read.
It's just it's written in first person present, first of all, which is just jarring. And then combine that with words that you are like made up and you're not told what they mean, but they're made up. And I'm like,
There's made up words in a sci-fi book?
yeah, there's like they make up words for like a prison and you're supposed to know what all of this stuff means. And then there's technical jargon mixed in with the made up jargon. And it's just like, I don't. And we're 20% in and haven't gotten even remotely to the plot. Okay, cool. And you're like way more of like a super science, this kind of science than I am. So this makes me feel better. Okay, rant over. How'd you do?
9%. And I'm not gonna lie, I was very angry that the bell went off. I love this book!
Maybe should I read that tomorrow when I'm done with Velocity Weapon? Can I read it in a day?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think you could.
Because like I'm not gonna have anything else and I can't get Promise of Blood done in a day.
I really, really love the fact that we're 16% in and we just had our first like real conversation with the love interest. I love that a fantasy romance author is not afraid to like take that time to like set up the plot, let us know the character, let us know her motives, her desires without being just romance. Like,
I think this should be my next read. I need a reset.
So I'm really liking it so far. It's fun. It's like you follow a human who was raised by like the vampire lord and she enters the vampire like trial of the gods. So she has to like battle against like 100 other vampires to be the last one standing, and there's like trials and stuff, but like she's human. So like she's obviously at a disadvantage, but she's been training her whole life. And she's smart.
I might do that. Because I'm not continuing Snow Crash. And I only have
I love Claire. Let's start it now. DNF Snow Crash and let's do it.
Let's do it, Claire. Because I have like 30% left of Velocity Weapon, which is gonna be I have like 2.5 hours left of Velocity Weapon. So that should be fine. Let's do it.
Peace Talks starts Friday. They're already scheduled. They're on my channel.
6 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Cassidy time, or 7 p.m. Rye time.
Yes.
Or midnight UK time.
Yeah, if you are like in the UK and you obviously don't want to stay up till midnight, like feel free to start in your time zone. It just has to be done like this weekend. But you can do it in your time zone. You don't have to do it in our time zone, but we will have sprints going. So
Lexi, go read. But
read.
10% more, 73%. Nice. Got no reading done because you were helping your son with homework. That's fair. Docile. I should have probably done docile instead of wool, but
I don't know why I didn't put docile as my favorite.
I don't either.
Like,
when
I
you
like it more than wool. Wool's not even my favorite from the author either.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't put sand.
Is it longer?
No, sand is shorter, but I think I was thinking in terms of like series.
Oh, more points if you continue.
And I think the arc of wool is better than the arc of sand.
Okay.
But obviously, you and Lexi didn't like wool. So
I would continue on to shift. My problem with wool is that it felt like he wrote it as a second thought.
Well, it was short stories. Like, I think
you could tell.
Yes.
So,
100%. They're just short stories thrown together. I 100% agree with that.
And I didn't like that because I would rather them be separate short stories that kind of follow the same theme or to be a book, but trying to do both made it feel very the pacing was just not good. So I think I could shift better.
Beacon 23 is written the same way, and I DNF'd that one. Similar reasons. It just doesn't work that way for me. But
yeah. Are you enjoying this, Katie? Because the cover is something else. I was physically reading. I don't know if this was for me or for Cass. Have you read Snow Crash, Carrie? I tried to do the audiobook, and the audiobook quality and I were not friends. So 200 pages, 200-page goal of Hob. FOMO, we missed you.
We love you.
Oh, this makes me feel so much better. Okay, like between you and Rachel and even Jonathan being like, I liked it, but you won't, I'm done. I'm out. I'm so excited to see the second one is coming out this weekend. Good timing.
The audiobook got released literally today for this one. But I'm physically reading it because it's on KU, and I think I just enjoy this kind of story written.
Yeah.
In physical, especially because like I won't pretend that like it's like the best writing I've ever read, but like it's fantasy romance writing. Like it compares to me to like From Blood and Ash and A Court of Thorns and Roses easily, which people might come at me for saying, but
I got FOMO with Fireborn, and this is not Fireborn, but I got FOMO from Fireborn, and it was a good choice to just drop everything and read it. And I feel like this is another one of those choices that I just need to make for my sanity.
So I mean, I'm only 18% in. Like, I'm not
fine. I don't care. It's got to be better than Snow Crash.
But like, I'm loving life right now, and
I love it. I love that for you, especially with it being fan wrote. Like, I didn't think you would have a win this week. So,
no, I didn't either, which is like surprising because like when I read ACOTAR, I binged all 4 of those in a week. Like, I started the first one and I did literally nothing. And then when I read From Blood and Ash, I did the same thing. I started From Blood and Ash and I read all 3 in a week, and I just like dropped everything. And I like am feeling that way. Like I was like, I could stay up all night and read this. It's a short book.
I think my cat's hallucinating. She's trying to attack something and I don't see anything. Sorry.
I love that. I love that for her though.
I got completely distracted by whatever she's doing.
And watching her too.
She never plays with anything either. So I'm just like, yeah. I love that. I need a brain break. That seems like a great brain break.
It is a great brain break.
I'm hopeful for this one.
Me too. So far, I've seen people liking it. Like, I haven't seen anyone really like love it, but I've been seeing people like it. I can deal with like.
I'll take it. I'll take a solid 3-star.
Me too. It can only go up there, right?
Don't say that.
So
yes.
Yeah, Friday 5 p.m. to Sunday 5 p.m.
You should. I was gonna read Docile. I have a headache now, so just took medicine, hoping it goes away. Ugh, I'm sorry. Headaches are the worst.
I think why I didn't pick Docile is I love the first half of Docile, but the second half sucks. Like, I still love the book overall, but like the second half is trash compared to the first half, and also the triggers in that story are like insane.
Yeah, but I think I would have enjoyed it more. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
I didn't hate Wool. I can respect what Wool was doing, and I can respect like the writing style and the craft of it, but you can just tell that it was not intended to be a full story. And that does concern me for it being a series, because like if you never intended it to be a series in the first place, does it make sense as a series? It does. But you said you liked the arc, so then I think I'll continue. Loving Head for a Hole. Super weird, super creepy, and fast paced. This is good to know. Bought a novella and hope it'll show up before peace talks. I mean, it's Friday night, so you won't miss much.
You could do it Saturday, Sunday, really. Like you just have to do it this weekend. But our sprints will run 5 p.m. to 5 p.m.
I might read that next month on my birthday month. Which one? The one she's reading right now? It's in her name.
The Serpent and the Wings of Night. It's a terrible, terrible title.
It is a terrible title.
Honestly, kind of a terrible cover too. Her other series has I like the Daughter of No Worlds cover a lot more, even though it has a person on the cover, which isn't normally my thing. But like This tells you nothing about the story, I feel like.
I feel like it's a very standard Fainro cover, though.
Mm-hmm.
I love the ACOTAR, but writing was not the best. I feel like ACOTAR was not the best, but she did get better as she went.
I do agree with that.
But there's just something about that style of writing that's just easy and relaxing to read. Even if you're stressed, it's still like a more relaxing style than some other genres. She is trying to attack a teeny ghost, and I'm slightly concerned that there was like some kind of spider floating around from the ceiling. But you know what? If I can't see it, whatever.
I liked it. I didn't love it. I just felt like it was from Blood and Ash and the Bridge Kingdom, but not as good. But like I liked it. Like I didn't hate it at all. I enjoyed my time reading it. I will continue in that series regardless of the fact. Like even if I didn't have to be forced into it, I will continue. My complaints are mostly that I think it doesn't stand alone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that if you picked that up, you would be very confused without reading from Blood and Ash because I don't think the world building was done as well.
I agree. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Anything's better than like Candice and Todd Child. Yeah.
I hope so.
We certainly hope so. I don't know. A few. We're not done.
Yes, it is on KU.
Which means that will be my next download. And we're going to be getting
yeah.
rid of this. I'm really hoping at some point when my brain doesn't hurt so bad from all the sci-fi, I can go back and love Snow Crash because that cover is gorgeous and I hate to have to yeet it out of my house.
I do not like the cover.
I like the cover.
It reminds
me. I like
me
the cover in person. I don't like it as much on like the screen.
It just gives me boring sci-fi vibes.
That's
I don't
fair.
like sci-fi covers, is what I've learned. Every time I look at a sci-fi cover, I'm like, this looks boring. Like, you're probably not, but like, you look boring. Like, can we make them more interesting?
That's fair. That is completely fair. It does give off boring sci-fi vibes. Yes. Well, you can start in your time zone on Friday, is what Cassie, I think, was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like 5 p.m. your time zone and run till 5 p.m. or 7. Yeah. I'm not that picky. It just has to be done this weekend. Pick a start time, go to this. Yeah. I believe it is indeed. So I haven't looked at it.
It does. It does indeed. I'm 90% sure anyway.
Yeah, I couldn't see it not being indie.
I feel like if it weren't, like, you would see it around a lot more.
From Blood and Ash really also fucked with me whether it was indie or not.
It is.
It is indie, but it's in all of the chapters, and it's are never in chapters. So like,
I know.
For some reason, I thought it was picked up traditionally, and I was like, "What the fuck?" When I was looking at, I was like, "I should make sure that this," because like, I think I was like, "What?"
It has the indie feel. You're just like, "Oh gosh."
But
yeah, it's all over Barnes and Noble. It's everywhere, but it's indie.
Yeah, props to them. Like, props to her. I mean, I think her other books aren't indie.
Maybe. The YA sci-fi, I think, is, but I don't think the other ones are. Like her romances, I don't think are.
Yeah, she has so many, so that also could be why.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I read the 21st till the 23rd, and William's right. It's this weekend, not next weekend.
Yeah.
On my phone it was fuzzy, so I wasn't sure if the title was written there. It is indeed. Yes. Okay, cool. Glad we cleared that up. Well, now I'm more in tune to reading since I know I don't have to go back to that book. I should film a vlog clip though.
You should. And then start this. Are you gonna include this in your vlog? I think it'd be funny if you did.
Are you gonna what?
Are you gonna include it in your vlog?
The banner out? I hadn't planned to.
Like all of a sudden you're just like, well.
I might do it because I've been like sharing all of my points. So maybe when I go to put it in the spreadsheet, I'll just be like,
I think if I were you, I like maybe not vlog your clips reading it, but like share the points maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I think that's what I'll do. I'm just excited to have a mini sci-fi break. Not because I don't like sci-fi and I'm not loving my time on Team Elma, but I need a brain break.
We were talking about this earlier, and like sci-fi is just such a brain heavy.
It is.
And like people say that about fantasy, but I feel like I read so much. Like it might get better the more you read sci-fi, but like I feel like there's light fantasy and like it doesn't use my brain as much, or sci-fi I feel like uses my brain so much.
I think it just depends too on like fantasy. There are so many different subgenres, and I know what I like and what I have gotten very attuned to. Whereas with sci-fi, I don't know a lot of what I like. I don't know. I feel like fantasy, even though it can be complicated in the world building, the writing is not typically that dense. It's complicated sometimes, but it's not dry. Whereas most sci-fi is so dry. I agree with this.
Me too. That's why I clicked it. Sorry, Mel. I keep clicking things.
They were nowhere near the comments.
I was safe, but I was like, one time it's gonna happen.
I was doing this number. It's fine.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. I find sci-fi hurts my brain so much. Even like reading sci-fi thrillers, like I was like, I need a little bit of a break.
Tomorrow and Friday at work before Peace Talks. It's a quick listen. I will say that.
Claire, did you start it?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm interested in Claire's thoughts for sure.
Our spreadsheets. Fantasy is relaxing escape. Yeah. I think I decided what I'm going to do for next week too. So I need to film that intro clip tomorrow. So I'm going to shower.
Film a video today, which means I'm probably not going to have a video go out tomorrow. So I'm sorry, everybody.
You said get up early. Grind it out.
I could get up early and do it.
I now no longer have to get up early and grind it out because I don't have to read this. And if I don't finish the fan row, like it's not the end of the world.
This is true.
I feel free. I feel like it's cheating considering I was so stressed but determined to DNF feels like cheating, but we're doing it anyway.
No, there's no time for bad books.
We're doing it anyway. I do not care. Okay.
Also, like, I feel like I've been told a million times, and I'm going to tell you, like, DNFing and saying why you're DNFing still helps everyone out.
Yeah. It'll be good. It'll be fine. We're committed to the DNF now. I feel free. Okay. Binged a total not playing series and finished it up today. I love that for you. Remind me what that series was though, because you said and then it got lost in the sea of Discord.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you read the third one, but I knew you read the first and second.
My glass is empty, BRB. I am. I'm just waiting until it's an acceptable time for me to get sleepy, and we're not there yet. So probably after this sprint, next chatty bit. I still DNF and put in blogs all the time. Yeah, I mean, I did that with We Have Always Been Here too. I just hate that I wasted the time and didn't get to halfway, so I can't submit it. It's sad.
How far did you get in?
20%.
Oh yeah, I won't give that to you.
No.
Sorry, man.
No, I got 20% and...
Wait, how much is 20%?
100 pages.
Ugh.
I would have had to get 40. Yeah. Damn. It's fine. I'm not suffering to 40%.
Because I feel like saying 200 pages is like a good average of 50% of a book.
Yeah.
So, like,
it's fine. It's fine.
Agreed.
Yeah. Fantasy's hard when you don't have an imagination. Like, so you have an imagination. DNF, feel free. Yes, agreed. Learn to DNF more. I'm always worried it'll get to the good part right after I stop. You know, I used to feel this way, and then I got on BookTube, and people that I trusted would tell me if there was a good part, and if they said there wasn't, then I could be confident that I can DNF.
Yeah, it's helpful when you have someone that like you trust a lot tell you who's read it.
Especially somebody that knows your reading taste too. Like Rachel and I may not always agree on books, but she knows what I like and what I don't like. And I feel like if she thought I was going to love it, she'd have told me to keep going, even though she didn't like it.
Agreed. Like there's some people that I'll just automatically listen to. Some, maybe not. Sorry guys if you're one of those. But like some people, 100%. You tell me to DNF and I will DNF it. Although I am stubborn.
How many times did I tell you to DNF 11th cycle before you finally got there?
I DNF'd it though.
It took like 2 days.
It did take 2 days, but I did it and I would have never done it before. I am a stubborn bitch.
It was hilarious.
I won't say I'm not.
It was so funny. The struggle of a crisis that was Cassidy trying not to DNF that book.
Well, it was a book club pick.
It was. But you were not alone. Like, I think me and Rachel may have been the only that finished that book other than Deb. And Deb just is so fast.
Because it needed the DNF. It would have been medium. You know what?
That
kind of book is harder for me to DNF too, because it was like, I will like it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were never at the point where, like, you're going to hate this book.
It's true. Yeah, I think you probably would have given it like a mid to low 3 if you'd finished it.
I agree.
I was just about to say we should sprint.
Hi, Rye. Rye is someone who's really good. Like, you tell Rye to DNF a book on Hollow Book and won't like it, and she's like, okay, cool. And I'm like, wait, what? You're not even going to consider that?
Especially like Amina, she was like, should I stop this? Yes. Okay. DNF so many books this year. Didn't suffer any more than I did with any of them. Yeah, I'm trying to get better about it. A lot of times if I get to 100 pages, I won't. But there are some. Like Wool, when I got to 100 pages, I was like, okay, I'm bored, but I'm not going to DNF it. Mm-hmm. Not that bored. This just feels ridiculous.
Yeah. There's also like the problem for me with like content. Like I know I can, but like I don't want a vlog to be full of DNFs most of the time. Like every once in a while I do it. I did it with the dragon vlog, but Same. Like there's a point where I'm like, if I've DNF'd a book already in this vlog and the vlog is only 3 books long, I'm probably going to suffer more than I think I would have if I hadn't DNF'd that book.
Yeah. I feel like I'll usually DNF 1, unless it's a vlog that's got like 5 or 6 books in it. That's different. But if it's your standard 2 to 3, like 1's my kind of max.
I'm pretty sure I have before done a 2-book vlog where I DNF'd the first one, hated the second one so much that I DNF'd that one and took out the DNF part of the first one and finished that.
That's hilarious.
I was like, both these can't be DNFs, so I gotta pick which one I'm gonna continue.
Hilarious. Oh, that stinks. That stinks. Yeah. Okay. We should do another sprint. Probably at the end of this one, I might break out the cider if it's not. It can't be bad, right? It's sealed and in the fridge.
No, they last for like a long time. A long time.
We'll be fine. If it's bad, it's fine. Okay. I will reset the timer. That's what I should be doing. Okay. I will see you guys in 45. Hello.
I kind of hate this thing every time it goes off. I just want to keep reading.
I got like 5% into it by the time I like sat down and started reading, but it's interesting. The House of Night thing just makes me think of the White House of Night.
Every time they say it, I just picture a crescent moon on someone's forehead.
Yep. And then it makes me think, oh, Cassidy and I were going to do a buddy read of that series.
I believe it's up there still.
I think I still have the first one somewhere. Where, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I have it.
If we like this duology.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I know what you're going to say.
Maybe? Huh? Backlist, maybe?
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say indie.
Also, Indie Archive could be a good one.
Okay. You'll switch it up and make poor Bex read Pharaoh.
God, she might cry or something. Okay with that.
Nah. She read Dark Romance.
She did. I think she would do it.
She would do it. How far did you get? Also got my a cider in that one. It's the mimosa one, so it's apple and orange. Yes, yay cider.
I too need a drink. I'm almost out.
Oh no.
I'm not drinking very much because I'm reading.
You don't want to have to pee. I vote for the Indie Archive. Are you scared that Backlist won't like it? Oh, you voted for this one in the Indie Archive. I see what you mean. And we went with Severin instead.
We did. What were we thinking?
I don't know.
Well, club books are cursed, though. Maybe I don't want to. I don't know.
Every time. I mean, we said we were going to do Fireborn, and you're like, no, I shouldn't do Fireborn. You should have done Fireborn.
Yeah, we thought we were going to hate it. What did we do instead of Fireborn? A book we hated.
Yep. Every time. Every time. Switch over to 1,000,000-1. Also, I love this about you and your dad. That's great.
That was so cute.
It was so cute. I may have downloaded something. This makes the title makes a lot more sense after reading the prologue, but it's still a bad title.
It's such a it just doesn't flow properly. Like A Court of Thorns and Roses still flows so nicely, even though it's like a chunky title. From Blood and Ash flows nicely. The Serpent and the Wings of Night is just, I don't know, it just doesn't feel nice.
It would have been fine almost if it were the Serpent and the House of Night. It's the wings, I think, that's so awkward.
The wings make it so awkward, and it makes sense. Like, the more you read, the wings make sense.
But why not? House would have made sense too.
The wings makes way more sense.
Okay, fair. But it doesn't flow.
And like the way the and sign is positioned on the cover drives me insane. It just it looks to me like the Serpent, the Wings of Night, but it's the Serpent and.
I literally was just reading this going, where's the and? And then I found it.
It like looks like it's part of the like background
or whatever, yeah.
The second one is even harder. What is it? I'm 30% in right now, and I'm.
It's a lot longer than you led me to believe it was.
It's 500 pages.
Yeah, I thought you said it was like short. Like
300. I never said it was short. I just said you could do it in a day.
That's fair.
I believe you. I believe I've never said how it was at all. And then you said, do you think I could read it in a day? And I said, yes.
Maybe I'm making up the short part. Doing both. I will enjoy reading some shorties this weekend. I hope you're enjoying it, class.
And the Star-Cursed King? That's rough.
What? Who? Wait. Somebody had to have edited this book. Even though it's indie, somebody had to have edited this and looked at that and gone, that's hard to say. Let's not.
The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King. I'm intrigued, though.
I know. It's just a duology?
I believe so. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's a trilogy.
I don't know.
I just knew 2 books were out, so I honestly am probably making up the fact that it's a duology.
With indie, you never know, too. Unless the author said somewhere, there's no way to know how many books it is.
Like, Daughter of the World, Children of Fallen Gods, that's Mother of Death and Dawn, all, like, flow so nicely.
Mother
of Death and Dawn is a beautiful name.
It really is.
Actually, I really like all of those.
Yes. Just read it with us. Will I get any bonus points? Actually, I will. I'll get indie bonus points and I'll get page count bonus points. So it's fine. That's 20 points right there.
It's 6 books. But there's going to be 3 sets of duologies.
Okay. So kind of like the Bridge Kingdom.
Worked for me in the Bridge Kingdom, but I'm scared. I'm scared of that.
Uh-huh. I'm not a companion girly.
Me either. But it worked for me in the Bridge Kingdom because they still had an overarching plot. Like, so I'm hoping this does that too. Like, book 3 and 4 still follow the same plot threads we set up in book 1 and 2.
Yeah. I guess we'll find out because only the first 2 are out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love this for you, Yvette. That's awesome.
Is Daughter of No Worlds just a trilogy?
Yeah, somebody that knows more than we do. Tell us the goods.
So I was kind of right about it being a duology, but also wrong. Like, it is a duology.
It's really the same plot line, though. It really is a duology. Like, then the others are just companions. It's not a direct, like, series continuation. I don't like companion novels, but after reading how the novellas ties in, you're excited. Please tell me the novellas are not needed because that's going to annoy me if they are.
Mood.
Oh, yeah. Solid point.
You have 20, 30.
I don't know why I think that the hybrid has to be a sci-fi something because it doesn't.
A lot of people automatically think that.
Like, I know better.
It's just how your brain works. I also agree. It feels like you're like piggybacking off your realm.
Yeah.
So like your realm sci-fi, and then is it hybrid with something else? But no, it's just a hybrid in general.
Yeah, because it'll give you indie points, it'll give you hybrid points, it'll give you page count points, and then it'll have to fit some prompts. So the only thing you're really missing is your team genre.
Can you read the novellas without finishing the duology? Like, if I finish the first book this week, like I am going to, can I read one of the novellas this weekend for Peace Talks? Is that a thing? Or do I need to read the second book?
This is a great question.
Because, like, I probably will finish this tonight. Although, like, I don't have a book to read tomorrow or Friday.
Do you vegetable and do Vanderpump?
Well, I have an episode of Vanderpump tonight to watch.
Daughter of No Worlds is just a trilogy, and yes, you apparently can read the novellas.
I hope that yeah, cool. I'm like, I could end up reading.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, I should read in publication order. The second book isn't out yet. Okay, yeah.
Cool.
Novellas 1.5. Look at Deb coming in with the fanro facts. Yeah. Deb's Googling.
Deb's like, I have the Goodreads.
I too could Google probably, but I was being lazy and just asking people who know better.
You guys were here, so here with the knowledge. This is good to know because I'm kind of just winging Peace Talks too. Like I've got a bunch of sci-fis that I'm going to try to get in just for the bonus points, but I'm not restricting myself to sci-fi this weekend.
Deb's good reading.
Good reading. Terminology.
I feel like that's a good plan, especially for like helping with sci-fi burnout at all.
Yeah, because I'm getting there. But I still have a couple of sci-fi. I have the Fina duology. I may reread the Murder Bots because I have no clue and could not tell you which one I left off on. They all run together and I don't remember any of them. So I would have to reread because I don't know where I left off. What else do I have? Monster Island. There's several.
Let me know if One Dark Window is good. I saw it in Riley's video today.
I have it. I just haven't heard very many people talk about it.
It was
also perfect. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's perfect timing for that video because like I'm looking for a fan row to read tomorrow.
Yeah. Are you quaking yet in this one? It's an important conversation on the fan row.
I was not around for the quaking conversation. I was so confused in our group when all of a sudden we were quaking.
I don't think Michelle's here, but that is a new term. It's no longer smut, it's quaking.
Like instead of coming, we're quaking?
No, she said it. What did she say? One of them didn't have her quaking in her boots or something like that.
Oh.
I love that I haven't read this yet, but I know it all because I've been following author for a while. I do. I love that. Ooh, that's a really good one to read this weekend, Claire. I think you will love Mind F.
Me too.
Really excited for One Dark Window, but found it sadly underwhelming. That's sad.
Okay.
So yeah, Michelle told us that Throttle did not get her quaking in her boots. So we kind of ran with it.
Honestly, this is better than what I assumed because in our group chat, I assumed the author used like quaking as like,
No.
oh my God, I'm quaking. And I was like, what the fuck are you reading?
No, we were just poking fun.
So much better because I was picturing like bad writing.
That's hilarious. No, that'd been even better. Can't help with where you left off with the books and Murderbot seem to generally work on their own. Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like, I don't know, maybe it was just me, but I was slightly underwhelmed by Murderbot.
Me too.
That's why I have no idea where I left off. So
I know where I left off, but me too.
I probably won't start at like 1, and I know I read 1 and 2, but I have no idea if it was 3 or 4, so I'll probably just start at 3.
Why don't you like text Bex or something? Do you remember anything?
No, not a bit.
Because you could text Bex some spoiler thoughts that you remember because she's read all of them and she'll let you know.
No, I remember nothing other than Murderbot and soap operas. That's it. That's all I got.
I read the first one, so
yes,
always a good time. I don't think so because I decided to do fantasy romance instead of just romance. So like I'm theming my vlog around fantasy romance. But
it could happen.
Yes. Yes. I'm thinking book 2 of this and hunting are like my priorities for Smut Den. Because I also prefer to do some longer books during Smut Den because I just can't read. I cannot read 13 romance books in 72 hours. That can't happen.
I did 7 last year, but I think this year I would rather enjoy my time and just read stuff that I know I'm gonna like. Like I want to read Haunting. If I like this, maybe the sequel to this. There was something else. Sophie Lark, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Same.
I do track. It's probably on Goodreads. I just haven't been bothered to go look. So, and I remember nothing. So I might as well just start from where I might have maybe left off. If I get to them this weekend. I may not. They're not my priority reads for the weekend because I would have to be picking up from a sequel, which I feel like is not as good for vlogs.
Were you watching any of the Our Fantasy Bingo commotion about Murderbot?
No, I missed it.
Because you know how one of the Our Fantasy Bingo spots is robots?
Yeah.
And the hard mode is the protagonist has to be the robot. People were recommending Murderbot. Obviously clicks to your head, but technically Murderbot has some kind of like human body parts in him or something. He's like technically not fully robotic. He's a whatever different type of almost robot thing. So there was arguments.
Android counted though. It says androids count
on the thread about if he counts for hard mode or not, and it's just I don't know.
It's not that deep, guys.
So intense, and like the mods are like, dude, like
not that deep.
If you can count it for hard mode, we do not care. Like again, it's like this thing where it's like they do not have the time to go through everybody's thing, and it's just for fun. There's no prizes.
Like anything for it.
Like it's just for fun. Like people can be their own, whether they decide that Murderbot is a robot or not, can be their own decision. I was just like, I was reading.
That's hilarious.
On it, and I was like, this is crazy. People are just going back and forth about it, and I was like, I can see both sides. I see what you're arguing, but like, let people decide for themselves.
That's hilarious. It's not that deep, people. Yes, exactly. If you think it counts, count it.
We can pull a Maddie. Just don't be a dick. Like that's really all that matters.
Yeah. Which I guess this guy is saying he would be mad if someone counted it. So he's not counting it. But that's fine. But other people can count it.
It's based on your own your own thing.
Yeah. The Reddit community or the Reddit fantasy community is slightly terrifying.
Yeah. There's also like the the like gender norm prompt had a lot of arguments within that thread of what counted and what didn't count.
I'm not surprised at all by that one being controversial, though. And unfortunately, that particular type of book is not widely broadcasted. And so you have to have almost read it to know if it counts. But then if you're trying to count it for the prompt, that's hard to do.
I wish it had been like maybe almost a little bit more specific, because a lot of the arguments were whether like something like velocity weapon would count, where like it's definitely queer norm within the empire, within the place that you're in the story, but it's not necessarily queer norm outside. So like it would be like America being queer norm, but like
I feel like that would still
count not being queer norm. And so people were arguing whether the whole world needed to be, or like the spot you were in could be. And it was just like, it just wasn't clear enough.
That deep.
Yeah, but also not that deep. Just do what you think. Like count what you count.
Point of this is to get people to reach out and to broaden and to give exposure to books that people would normally read. So if you are actively seeking out a queer norm book, that's the point. Not is the whole, like, not those nuances. That's not the point.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, agreed. It is tough.
Yeah.
Madness. All madness.
No, at the end of the day, all of these things are just for fun, and people forget it sometimes, I think. Like, it's just so that we, as a community, can make it less lonely to read.
And to chat about things that make you very passionate, either in aggravation or excitement. Yeah.
Happy to have adult discussions with people too. Like, you've seen me and Maria go at it.
I love it. I love it, though.
We're very like, we are going to be talking all night long, be friends. Like, we have disagreements and we'll argue our points, but like, there's nothing mean about it. Nothing. Or at the end of the day, we're respecting each other's opinions. And
that's
all just for fun, because it's fun to talk about books with people.
It is. It is indeed. Especially when everyone's being respectful. Oh.
Someone say something, or we should sprint again.
We should sprint again. This is the point of the night where I get tired and need to get my second wind. I'd be on book 5. Yeah. Is there anything important in 1 through 4 for book 5? Otherwise, I need to reread, because I remember none of the things.
Claire, did you just go check Mel's Goodreads?
Because I did.
Amazing if you did.
That sounds about right, but I don't remember anything from 3 and 4. I vaguely remember 1, and I think if it's not in 1, I do remember things from 2, but not 3 and 4.
Like nothing happens in 1.
Yeah. I think I remember 2, but I don't remember 3 and 4. To be passionate about your ideas, but don't say someone else is wrong for being passionate about their opinion. Yeah, agreed. To me, paranormal does not count as fantasy, while for others it does. I can see the reason why they see it that way. Yeah. Yep. I think Becca was in her 2-hour vlog. I haven't gotten all the way through it yet, but she was like, I'm counting paranormal as other, and you can fight me. You probably should, but like, it's other for me. Because it's not for her. It's not like normal fantasy that she reads.
I count fantasy romance as something different too, just for my own like thinking, because it feels so different from like fantasy. Like, it feels so different from like reading Robin Hobb.
Oh yeah.
So like, I just my personal well-being needs the separation in my mind.
I'm glad this is not just me. Also, Claire, we may have a team for you for things later. Because of the rereading.
But I want Claire.
But I feel like it would be perfect.
It would be, but
that's like the one thing you said no to.
No, it's the one thing I don't do. I'll just pretend it's part of my personality.
Cassie's like, for that time period only.
I will not reread during that time period, but I can pretend like rereading is my entire personality.
That's hilarious. Don't carry over between books, but I'm on 4. If I read any this weekend, I'll probably start at 3. because I'm not going to feel like that's rereading because I don't remember enough to count it.
Is 5 not the full length too?
It is, and so I'm not starting there.
Yeah, like, and that's not what you want. Like,
That's
you're not. That's not what you want for Peace Talks.
Especially considering like rereading a book a lot of times is either like a comfort thing or because you don't remember it well enough, you want to refresh. And I don't do it a lot of times because I want to read new things. Honestly, that's going to be like rereading or reading something new because I don't remember enough to count it as a reread.
I love that. That's hilarious.
I want to know the things. You'll know the things. You'll be on the end of the things. You already kind of know the things.
Yeah, you definitely kind of know the things.
You don't know the details of the things, but the details are coming.
It's Mel's thing that we talk about.
Everyone in the sprint's like, I know now.
That was just like awful. Like, you know the things, it's the thing that Mel talks about being her thing. Like, no one gets that. Even I wouldn't get that. What is my hair doing?
You look like Cindy Lou Who.
I'm tired and I'm not okay with it.
I am too. And it's not good. It's only 10 o'clock. We need a second wind.
I need to go get some sort of booze, but like I don't want another margarita.
Go get a wine or a cider or something.
I think that I don't have any here because I don't think I took it home from my cabin and I'm angry. I need to go.
Claire, I will tell you in the Monster Mash chat, the witches chat. That's funny. I may go take a bath, like a shower, and see if I can rejuvenate a little without the hair washing. That's a tomorrow problem.
Yeah, no hair washing allowed.
No hair washing. Rereading part less so. I napped when I got home, so I could be here for a bit. I probably should have, but then Cassidy would have judged me for the nap, so.
Yeah, because you would have been napping instead of hanging out with me.
That's true, because I literally like rolled in the door.
Allowed to nap because you always want to nap when you're supposed to be hanging out with me. If you wanted to nap on your own time, you want to nap with Sam while I'm still sleeping, you do you. You want to nap on my time.
I sleep on your time and you're texting me all night long anyway.
Well, that's your own fault too. You should.
I know. It's the worst. Katie is like, I'm just gonna read. Y'all shut up, I'm reading.
Makes me so excited. I want to read this. It has such a good cover.
It does.
It's on my wish list.
It's short too, right? Ice cream and drinking wine. This is like a literal mood. I love this.
Very pissed because I went to the bookstore and had just bought Dead Silence like 3 weeks ago. Hasn't even hauled on the channel.
It sailed.
And I caved and I bought the hardcover. I went 2 days ago and they had the paperbacks out.
Oh no.
Because it's just so expensive. I looked at a book that I was really interested in. I was like, this looks really cool. It was $40. I'm not paying $40 for a hardcover of a book that I've never like even heard of. I don't even want to pay that for books I've heard of.
No, that's insane.
But like the cover looked so cool.
Do you remember what it was?
I took a picture.
Oh, I have heard of that one, but I think it is slightly literary. So maybe good you didn't spend $40 on it.
He's good. I was like, I'm gonna take a picture of it so I can like look it up later.
Because I was really interested in it, but people kept saying that it was like beautiful writing, and I was like, nope, tapping out. Okay, you. Okay, I'm doing your job. Good
job.
Claire's like, chop chop. I have chapters to read. Okay, I will get the sprint ready while Cassidy's looking up her book. That didn't take me very long.
How many pages is it? Oh, it's long.
Head for a Holos?
Like, not. It's not long. It's just not short enough to read this weekend. It's
okay. Was it like 300 something?
380.
Oh, it's actually longer than I thought.
Long for like that style of book.
I'm assuming this is for the Terraformers book.
It's such a pretty cover, though. It like caught my eye so quickly.
It is super pretty.
Okay.
Let's listen to Claire. All right. I will see you guys in 45. I always struggle to find the mouse when we come back. I'm like, wait, where is it?
A mood.
I got to like 12 or 13%? 12%.
You're reaching like, I feel like the part where like I like was like, okay, I'm into this. Like I liked it from the start. Like from the start, I was like, this is better than what I've a lot.
Yeah.
But when she enters like the tournament,
yeah, that's where I'm at. Like literally just started that.
You'll meet the love interest soon. Like you'll know exactly when you meet him. And
usually do.
I like what we're getting. I wish that the trials were longer.
I figured it was a good part of it.
Like I'm still in the trials, but like most of the trials are just like them most of the time is spent them day to day prepping for trials.
Okay.
Like think Throne of Glass.
Okay, that makes sense.
Trial more than like So I'm really liking it. I'm 40% in. There was just a flying scene. I love a good flying scene.
I feel like I'm really liking it. There have been a couple of moments where I'm just like, I need a little more explanation than that. Like I have questions and I know I'm not going to get answers to those questions.
Yeah, I'm really letting those go, I think, for the most part.
I know. Yeah, I'm having to like read, think question, let question go.
I'm enjoying it enough that like, because I think that there's obviously we're gonna have to learn something about her because there's a lack of logic to the fact that she's human, and like they're not, and like so you kind of at times I'm like,
my logic was in this world of magic where she's like not got magic, but she does, and no one else mentions other humans having magic. I'm like, either that's a plot hole or there's going to be more to that later. And that happens in like the first chapter. So that's not a spoiler.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Did not clue into that, but also I just assume things.
Fair. Fair.
About Fanro, I just assume things.
Fair. Dad called with interior design choices. You still got red.
I really like the writing.
Yeah, it's very easy to read.
But I feel like it has a good balance of like description to like plot to like character moments. You haven't really got into like a lot of character moments, but
no, I haven't really. I mean, I've gotten some of her and like the father's interaction. And I really kind of hope we get a little bit more of like why?
I was so creeped out because at first she called him her father, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Because I thought that they were gonna. I was like, what did I just sign up to read? And then I was like, no, okay, we're good.
I knew that just simply because you said there was like a solid like 15 or 16% before we got to the love interest, and I was like, okay, well then I don't have to worry about this. I like the dad though. I mean, he's not very dad-like, but
he's definitely an interesting relationship. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it reminds me more of like a mentor, like guard type of relationship, even though it's not. Father-daughter relationship. I feel like he could definitely be like the dad bod that everybody wants. Like, I'm getting those vibes. Oh no. I've been working on trying to get the Wi-Fi tower in a better spot, so I was distracted. Claire, we need your Wi-Fi to work. I'm sending you good Wi-Fi vibes.
Me too. I want you back all the time.
Yes, 100%. Let me know what you think, because I feel like this is shaping up to be a book that Claire will love.
Oh, yes, 100%. Watch Claire hate it. No way.
No, that would be bad.
Part of me, if I finish this, I was like, ooh, do I start? I was like, part of me wants to do Daughter of No Worlds like right after. That's not a good idea. Like,
no, don't do that.
Space between them is definitely.
We should save that for if the series for Indie Archive goes poorly.
We could do that. that could happen for sure.
I don't think that'd be possible.
I also don't think it'd be possible, but it's funny.
dumb cow things. What does that mean?
Dealing with a dumb cow doing dumb cow things.
I think they have cows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes way more sense because I was like, wait, what? And then I remembered you have cows.
So like a dumb cow actually doing dumb cow things.
Yes. I'm on the same. Claire's over here like I'm going to push the agenda.
Or backlist.
Does backlist do a fan row?
I'm like tempted, but also Indie Archive is probably a better spot to do it in.
Yeah, that way. I don't know though. You're either you're going to like it and it'll be entertaining just because you wouldn't expect Cassidy to like the fan row, or you'll hate it and will be entertained by the rant. Like, I feel like it's a win-win situation here.
It's funny because like I think I've now like really gravitated towards like where people don't think I like fan row.
Mm-hmm.
But like my obsession with A Court of Thorns and Roses and From Blood and Ash was real. I just like have not found a good one since then. Like I've tried. I tried Fortuna Sworn. I even picked up a couple of the like more like paranormal ones.
Mm-hmm.
But I
like Fortuna, but they're definitely not like my favorite. I'm far enough in the series now that there's 1-2 books left and I want to know how it ends, so I'll continue and finish it. But it definitely is not ACOTAR.
Yeah, like I don't know. I've just been waiting for a good one.
I liked the Lana Pekekrik, the Longing of Lone Wolves one, because it has a decent amount of plot to it. I mean, there's obviously some logic issues, but you just ignore those and keep moving. But it has a decent amount of plot, and I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I definitely like plot driven. I find all of the ones I like are very, very plot driven.
Mm-hmm. And it's a enemies to lovers.
Mm-hmm. I do love a good enemies to lovers. I don't even know what this is, so no.
This is Cheryl and Kenyon. It's an old paranormal romance. Continue with Fortuna. Where'd you get to, Claire? Yes, Fae Guardians. I've only read the first 2. I need to finish the wolf because it's like wolf and then there's like crow, elves, vampires, and they're all one huge story arc. But there's 3, like you follow each of the different guardians each time, but it continues the same story arc, just a different couple. But the same overarching plot continues, which I really like. You don't see a lot of fan rows that follow different couples but keep the overarching plot line thread throughout all of it.
I also approve of that.
The audiobooks are terrible, but the books are good. Daughter of No World so far, but don't love it as much as Serpent yet. This is good to know. Still
played a Prisoner series, but obviously it DNF'd that one.
Yeah, that one was not my fave. Book 1, fair. Need to reread The Wolves and move on to the Vamps. Yeah, Cassidy's never, ever, ever allowed to read Dark Fever because it holds like that nostalgia spot in my heart where I know it's probably not very good, but I don't give a crap and I don't want you to read it because you'll tell me why it's bad and I'll agree and then I'll be sad.
Typically, I'm definitely not a paranormal romance.
It's fair. It's Fae. But it's urban Fae.
Yeah. Even that most times hits in my head to paranormal for some reason. Where like this, because it's not our world, even though it's vampires, feels more fantasy than paranormal.
Yeah, that one's set very, very strongly in Dublin. In Georgia, strangely enough. Like, Kaylee and I can vibe over it, but
I have no interest in it if that helps.
I'm scared. Calved and liked him, and then 10 minutes later decided to try and maul him to death. Oh no! Being mad we took him away.
Fair.
It's rumored the Dark Fever might be an Arcane Society box, and I'm excited. Yeah, I've heard this as well. It has terrible, like all of the covers for it are bad. Ollie, buddy, stop. It's a lot of drinking.
He's thirsty.
Ollie,
Ollie.
gosh.
Maybe he's going, but
he's still going. But Yeah. I don't have Arcane Society. I got off the wait list and said no because I don't read enough of it to get it anymore. But I think their wait list is like a year and a half long or something like that. I do like BDB too, but I feel like if I started BDB now, I wouldn't like it. But having read it and started it when I did, I continue to like it. Does that make sense?
I think I will try the one like that Becca and Ashley love, the Vela Roth one, like Blood Mercy.
Oh yeah.
At some point, that was my original plan for this week. Was like from.
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just thought it was funny. No. Stay and entertain.
Yeah. My original plan was to read that, and then Bri was liking this book, and I was like, "Yep."
I'm glad you did.
So.
I'm glad you did. Yeah, I've heard good things about the Blood Mercy series. I've heard it's more fantasy with romance than like romance with fantasy. If that makes sense.
Which is how I want. I want fantasy romance. I don't want romancy.
Yes. I've heard of this one, but I have not read it.
Also, Claire, do I read The Never King this weekend? 4 people recommended it to me.
Do you like reverse harem?
I'm unsure. When I put on my story today, Claire replied, "I have a feeling I'll regret this." The Never King.
There's a potential for you not to hate it, but there's also a potential you not like it. It's a retelling, which is not usually your vibe, but not a retelling in a super literal sense of the word.
I was just trying to find like short novellas for this weekend for when I land on romance, because like I doubt I won't land on it at some point.
Well, you'll have this novella.
So yeah, now I have this novella, and Riley recommended me a serial killer one, and I was scouring the internet before and also found another like serial killer one.
Yeah, they are really short. I mean, there's the potential that you could at least like it. I don't know that it'll be a love, but you could like it. I need to continue it and see, because it actually starts world building, strangely enough, and like gives you plot, even though you wouldn't expect that in that short of a book that's very reverse harem. But I'm curious to see if it continues that plot thread.
On the internet, I found Desires Darkly, which is like a male serial killer. And then what did Riley recommend me? Riley did Her Vigilante by Lillian Lark.
I've not heard of either one of these. Interesting. Good smut den files away too.
Yeah. Pretty much all of the recommendations are The Never King. I also just realized that people put a Carissa one in there. Is this different than her series?
Or is it the novella for the series?
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. 6 Scorched Roses. Yeah, it is the novella for the series. Okay. Solid. Does she have one for the other series? I feel like people who write novellas always write like novellas for everything.
Need to read the last one that just came out. I'm assuming this is in regards to the Never King. That one almost would work well, I think, as like a bind up, like the Mind Up series, because I think it does follow like a plot line. So I want more like the Mind Up series. I feel like there's not a lot of those out there that are romantic suspense, but lean more toward the suspense than the romance.
All the romance readers complain about it, and I'm just like sitting there thriving on the plot threads. Like I was like, yes, I would have liked the romance to be better done in that for sure. Yeah, but it was fun what it was. I was wanting something like that.
Yeah, I agree. Bind up eventually. Oscar Wilde has a fantasy romance? Interesting. Did not know that. I'll be reading A Kingdom of Gods in Ruin for Peace Talk. Same authors, the Zodiac Academy. Interesting. Is it by the 2 authors, or is it just one of them?
I'm going to look it up. I definitely will be reading this novella, though.
One of them has a series that is a mafia.
Oh, fun.
I don't know if it's both of them or one of them, but I've seen it before. Also, I just remembered I have to wash my hair in the morning, and I don't want to because I need to film. Big sad. It's both authors. You got this.
I'm gonna screenshot that because I actually did not hate the writing in the Zodiac Academy. Obviously, I did not.
Yeah.
Finish. That was another one where I had wish I had DNF'd the book before and continued Zodiac Academy.
But... yeah. That was way too entertaining, though. I'm glad you didn't.
What it would have been really funny to see me, like, if I hadn't done Becca last, because I didn't hate Zodiac Academy enough that, like, if Becca hadn't been last and I knew that, like, there was no coming back for her, like, she lost. Like, it didn't matter if I had given Zodiac Academy 5 stars.
Yeah.
So that's why I DNF. Like, that's why I said I was like, okay, I'll DNF this. So I was like, if I hadn't done her last, I would have read Zodiac Academy, and that vlog would have just been like top tier. Because, like, could you imagine me reading Zodiac Academy after that? And even if I liked it, I think it would have been funny.
It still would have been entertaining. I kind of want to read the second one. Like, I gave the first one 2 or 2.5 stars, but I kind of want to read the second one just because.
I just want to know if the Winx Club continues. Like, it's literally Winx Club.
I like the Winx Club though.
But, like, you haven't seen the cartoon. It's literally the cartoon. The whole place is Solaris. Like, it's the same name. Like, I was in a deep dive. I was on Reddit afterwards.
That's hilarious.
So many of us are like, you see these similarities too, right? Like, it's not me.
That's so funny. I wish that I had the comparison to compare, but I do not, sadly.
It was so funny.
Also, after I got out of the shower, I decided we need to match.
I saw that and I laughed.
I like this shirt. It fits really well and it's soft.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me want to pick up Zodiac Academy now. See, you're selling it for people.
You're welcome.
Next with it. Sprint, we are switching to a 30-minute.
Wait, Winx with Smut. It's not Winx with Smut. It's just like the name of the place is Solaris. The backstory of the girl is the exact same. Like, there was just, like, obvious inspiration taken. Like,
and honestly, there's not that much smut in the first Zodiac Academy.
No, yeah. Like, obviously, like, the bully romance and stuff, not part of Winx Club. The way, like, they run things.
Can you imagine Winx Club, the cartoon, with bully
romance?
Oh, that'd be great.
But I just like the setup of the world. I mean, one, it is like a lot of like Fae stuff, but like it was clear that like at some point of the author's brains they watched that cartoon.
That's hilarious, and it stuck.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of these stuff start as like fan fiction too, and then like spiral. So like I would not be surprised.
Oh, me neither. Jessica, I think I'm gonna try the Fina and Defect. Those are really short and they're sci-fi, and Lexi said they were good. So yeah, I did too.
I didn't like the actual show, but I still watched it, and I'm sad it was canceled. But
the cartoon or the show?
The show. The cartoon is Chef's Kiss.
I liked the show, just mostly because it was addicting, but in a train wreck kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wouldn't necessarily call it good, but it wasn't bad either. I watched it when I had COVID, and it was glorious.
Fair.
Yeah, they're definitely on my list. I really hope, please tell me Defect was not a Brooklyn, because I lost my library access, and it really made me sad.
That sucks. I need to drug this one, but like also he's on me and he's so cute. That's why I'm so far away.
It was. Ugh.
Oh no.
No.
I think I DNF Zodiac Academy. I'm on chapter 1.
Fair.
Literally so fair.
There's a 4-week wait on the only other library that has it. Big sad. No, go back. Maybe somebody will finish it really quickly. Please hold. I am so mad that I lost that library access. Like, stupid. Stupid.
We don't really have this over here the way you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's a privilege, not a right, but it still makes me sad.
Like, I have an Edmonton one, and then I can pay to get like an Alberta-wide thing if I really wanted to, but it's not like the way your guys' is. It's not as good.
Well, technically, most of them you have to be living in the state, or you have to like go physically to get the card. The Brooklyn one allowed you to do it, and it was really expensive for libraries. It was $50 a year. But if I listened to 5 Audible audiobooks, it paid for it, and I probably go through 70 audiobooks a year. So it was more than worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I want the audio for the second one, I'm probably gonna have to find it somewhere. Yes. To what?
Check Scribd.
That's a good idea. I don't think I checked it. So you have the defect, but not Fina. I have Fina and not defect.
Y'all just like record it. Like take a video recording and send it to me.
We'll go on a backstage StreamYard and just listen to them together.
I don't know. I guess my boyfriend is
Claire! They're on Scribd.
Always check Scribd. Nick makes fun of me all the time because I call it backstage. I like that's what it's called. It tells you you're backstage.
It does. It's literally backstage.
It says you're backstage now. The host can let you in.
Yeah.
So we call it backstage, and he makes fun of me all the time. He's like, "Do you think you're cool or something? Like you're backstage?"
Literally what it's called.
Called.
Rude, Nick. Rude. Claire. Well, you can use mine or Cassidy's code and get it free for what, 2 months?
Use Mel's. People use mine all the time, so
it's down there somewhere.
Yeah, you'll get it free for 2 months.
If it's
if
not,
you haven't done it before, otherwise you'll have to use another email. But just do a different email.
If it's not down there, let me know and I will send it to you.
It hurts that we can't be backstage. Nick understands.
Oh, Nick. Friends. More. Copy? Will it do the things? Trying to send this to Claire in case she wants it. If you don't want it, no pressure to use it.
It's not the link, Claire says.
Oh, it's not. It must not be in my description. I thought it was. But I sent it to you on Discord. I need to fix that.
I like your little message.
I just copied it. It came from Scribd. That was their message, not mine.
There's not enough time in the day for everything I want to read on @Scribd.
It said email or message, and I said more, copy. And it apparently copied all the things. Yes, it's on Scribd. We just found that out. I pay $50 for one of my libraries and $30 for the other, which is way cheaper than Audible. Yeah. Which one's your $50, Jessica? Can I be nosy? Because usually those are the good ones. I collect the libraries. Okay, we should do our last, well, I'm not committing to that. We should do another sprint.
It's like we're staying up late. Wow.
I'm not committing to last. I'm not committing to not last. We're gonna do 30 minutes and we're gonna see how we feel. But we are gonna do 30 minutes because then that makes it a nice round, like midnight, one way or the other.
I was gonna say, have we only been doing 30 minutes the entire time and I've just not been paying attention? But no, you're switching it now.
I'm switching it now. Now it's 30 minutes. Which is big sad because this reads so fast, but also. Okay, I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Hello. I got to 20%. And I have a question.
Okay.
How do you pronounce her name?
Oh God, I don't even remember what her name is right now. Give me a second.
It starts with an O. Oria?
Oh no, I need to find it. I don't call her by her name that often.
I think it's Oraya, maybe?
I say like Oraya in my head.
Okay, that makes sense. I keep saying Oria, and I was like, I don't think that's right. Oraya sounds much more appropriate. I'm liking it.
I'm 49% in. This is telling me I have 3 hours and 8 minutes left, which would put me at like 2 a.m. if I stay up and finish it.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I'm excited for you to get a part that can tell you what I texted Rye when it happened because I thought it was funny, but like I need you to get there.
Okay.
It's not like it's literally not like an intense part, but
where is it?
Like I want to say it's at 20% or something. Maybe where you're at. What are we aligned at all at this point?
Aligned, like alliance?
Yeah.
The proposition has been made. The stabbing has occurred.
Okay. You're close to it. Probably closer to like 25, 26%.
Okay.
It was just funny. Like my text to her was just funny. Like it's not a big deal. The scene is really not a big deal in the thing. I just thought it was hilarious. Because you could just see how invested I was at that point.
I still want to know though.
Yeah, Oraya.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
Oraya.
Okay. See, there's a bunch of different ways. I'm sure the audiobook says, but
even then, like I think it's hilarious when like authors will say that like that's not how they pronounce it.
Yeah.
When the audiobook narrator says it, but like they don't care. I think most of the time the audiobook narrator just makes a call.
Yeah. Half the time they barely pronounce the author's name right.
Deb, you're flying through Velocity Weapon. What were your thoughts?
She is killing it. I know Deb was in kind of the camp with the rest of us being like, it's aight. And she said she hit 76% and was like, okay, where's book 2?
I ended still feeling like it was all right, but like I want to continue.
I need all the spoilery thoughts. There's thoughts. There's questions to be had.
I don't have a lot of spoilery thoughts really at this point. I'm just really liking it. I really like the found. It's not family, but like the found family.
Right. It kind of is at the moment.
I feel like they haven't got into like the bonds that found family really has at the moment, but like obviously like the people we're gonna hang out with.
Yeah, I feel like too. I know where you got the duet thing from. It literally says the Nightborn duet book 1.
Oh,
so that makes me feel better though that maybe it's got a good like closing arc if she's gonna do the different companions. Sci-fi Disneyland. Interesting. Sky Without Stars. I mean, we're having a great time.
Whoop. Yeah, if you want a good fan row.
Yeah. Did take a bit to get going, but it's a fun and easy binge. Yeah. It took me a solid halfway, and then the reveal happened and the pacing changed, and I'm just like,
yeah,
you didn't have sprinkled some of this in to keep the pacing up in the beginning?
It was so slow, and then the last half is like breakneck speed, I feel like. Especially the last ending.
Yeah.
I'm glad I wasn't alone though. Like I was like, am I just feeling this way because I don't like this type of story? Or like, is it this story? But it's the story.
Which I have not read that much space opera. I mean, I've read The Expanse, which I feel like is the like one everybody thinks of when you think of space opera. And then I've read like the Cytonic series of space opera, but I haven't read a lot of space opera stuff.
Is it space opera?
It is. Yeah, I would definitely consider the Skyward series space opera. Well, maybe not book 1.
Yeah, I was like, book 1 for sure. Like you kind of see where you get it from book 2.
The Great Hunt is not going terribly. Well, that's good.
I love that for you.
Well, that's all we can hope for. Not terribly. I like it. That was probably the last sprint. All of my animals have decided it's bedtime, and 6:30 a.m. was a really long time ago. So I'm starting to get sleepy. I've got my super lazy man's way of reading over here. Hang on, let me see. I don't know if I can show it to you. Can you see my camera? So that I can lay on my side and read and it doesn't whack me in the face.
I love that for you.
Possibly. I haven't read enough of it to say that for certain. Like it's more than Expanse Book 1, but don't know where I've read a lot of space opera. Yeah, Expanse Book 1 is quite slow until the end.
I think it's not that I think that you guys have read a lot, it's that I know you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like, because you've enjoyed that one, you at least know that there will be something out there that like hits. Where like for me, I'm like, I don't know if I enjoy it.
That's fair. I don't feel like Leviathan Wakes is the best thing to compare it to though, because it's slow and dry for the beginning. The show definitely does a better job of tying in things a little earlier, so it doesn't seem quite so slow. For sure. And the characters are more likable in the show than they are in the books. Like they grow on you, but it takes time to get there. Okay, I think we're gonna wrap these up. I have no idea what sprints look like tomorrow or Friday. Friday day is Kaylee, and then Peace Talks are Friday night. But I have no idea what tomorrow looks like. Do you?
I believe Lexi's tomorrow night, but there's no plans currently for daytime. But people are off, so maybe.
Yeah. People are off, so maybe we'll play that one by ear tomorrow. Yeah. After my hair is clean and I am awake.
Also, I'm not mean that you have to host. I just mean like you're off. We can hang out.
Yes, I gotcha. I gotcha. Looking forward to Peace Talks.
Lexi is tomorrow night.
I might have bought one of these two.
I love this for all of you. I don't know how you do it though.
Really though, more than anything, it's not for the summertime. I want it in the wintertime when I'm like completely up under a blanket and have my Kindle propped and I don't want to move my arm out from under the blanket to click the page.
Fair. I would fall asleep, I think, if I wasn't holding. Sometimes I read so late at night that like I'm falling asleep anyways. And I'm like, if I didn't have to like physically like hold this off my head, I think I'd be asleep. Like I think this one act that I have to do is the only thing keeping me up.
Not even holding your phone like this and just going thunk.
I'm not gonna lie, I've dropped the Kindle on me, I've dropped the phone on me, I've literally just like fallen asleep reading. The worst is when I fall asleep reading and then I wake up and I continue reading just to fall back asleep again. And I'm like, why did I even attempt that? Like, why didn't I just say good night at that point? But like, I was like, no, I want to keep reading. I don't want to sleep yet.
I may end up returning it. I just kind of wanted to see what it was all about. We'll see.
I hope you like it.
I hope so too.
People do like them.
Yeah. Plus, this Kindle's a little bit bigger, so it's hard to like hold up.
I always turn mine off.
That's smart.
I hold it with like my hand down here, and I always hit the power button.
I flipped my Paperwhite over for that, for that very reason. Okay, well, we will possibly see you all tomorrow. Well, yeah, I guess we will because Lexi's sprinting tomorrow night. But see you tomorrow night. Bye.